Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome in. Okay, gonna have to do something about that. Just making some final adjustments to the camera so you guys can see as I work today. Hey, Amy Joe. All right, let me get my time-lapse camera going and we'll get started. All right. All right, today we are going to have a little fun with some leather. This could go really great or it could go horribly wrong. I've never tried to do this live, so I generally do it in increments. Cut a little bit, sew a little bit, cut a little bit, sew a little bit. So we'll see what happens today. There is a link to the pattern that I am using today. This is from Diesel Punk RO, a fellow by the name of Tony C. He does great design work. I own a bunch of his patterns, and I've built bags and other stuff that he's done. So I highly recommend his stuff if you want to try leather, but you don't really have an eye for the design part of it. You just want to kind of pick up a pattern and run with it. Good guy to check out. With that said, let me get this dollar store masking tape started, if I can. Jesus, that's going to be a rough day. Hey, what's up, Bear? How you doing this morning? Or afternoon, I guess. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah, now we got it. Some of you may have noticed that my hobbies seem to have an obsessive use of tape. I'm not sure what that's about. Right on. And those couple little owls you picked out last night were really cool. Oh man, that's horrible. Is that something you have native out there, or is that something you picked up from someone else? Oh, I wouldn't either. They came out lovely. Anybody watching who doesn't know Bear and the Boss Lady, if you're into carving or just seeing people make stuff materialize out of nothing, highly recommend the channel. All right, just about done here. We'll get to cutting. That gnome was stinking adorable, dude. Yeah, Amy, I believe it's a members only giveaway. Hey, Grumpy, welcome in. Okay, so for this next bit, after I get my primary cuts done, there is a lot of banging. So I'm going to need you guys to tell me if it's too noisy or not. If so, I will put my microphone somewhere further away so that y'all don't have to listen to me punching stitch holes. Hey, Suzanne, welcome in. Hope you are well today. Hope all of y'all are well today. So not a huge deal, but one of those things that just kind of boggles my mind because I would have never thought that anybody would have watched any of this stuff. My page broke 10,000 views this morning. So I was kind of tickled. Let's see, before we get into that. All right. So this is a part where y'all need to let me know if this is too loud or not. How was that? Because there's going to be a bunch of it. Hey, Dee Dee. Nobody complaining, so we're going to go ahead. I might have to use this one. Thanks, Grumpy. I'll be back to painting soon, man. It's funny because the channel was never supposed to be just painting. I do all kind of crazy stuff. So, but the weather just happened to turn good so that I could paint again after not being able to paint all winter. And so I kind of went a little crazy with it. So we're going to start bringing the channel back around to more varied arts. Just going through punching these. This is my. You can use an awl to do this if you don't have the punches, but this just does make things a little bit easier down the road. I appreciate that, man. I really do. I don't use this one for the whole thing. Dang it. I have acrylic mallets somewhere, but I could not find them. So I put a little piece of leather on top of my little ball peen. Help mute it somewhat. grab a sip of coffee and catch up with the chat real quick. What I miss? Oh, cool. You guys are taking care of things for me. Perfect. All right. Y'all enjoy. I'm going to just keep banging away. Oh, thank you, Amy Jo, for answering that. I need one of those little noise makers like the call centers have. So every time a message comes in, it goes bing, and then I have to look up and see what somebody posted. Of course, I'd probably never get anything done. But that's cool. I think most of y'all are just here to hang out anyway, which is fine by me. Got 22 people watching? No, how many people are watching? Oh, it doesn't tell me. Dang it. Huh, oh well. Okay, so all right. Is that gonna fit? Yep. All right, that wasn't too terribly bad, I suppose. All right, give me a second here. Look through chat real quick. Okay. All right, so now we'll get to cut some of this stuff out. I also have a circle cutter, but I couldn't find it either. It's a problem with having so much stuff in storage for so long. You don't know where everything ended up. But we will make do with what we got. Yes, leather confetti. At least I'm not making it on the kitchen floor anymore. Thank you, Suzanne. Uh-oh. Thank you, Dad. So one of the things I will not be doing with this mask is putting all of the head straps on, because I think I'm going to mount this to a plaque when it's done. Kind of make like a 3D wall hanger out of it. Hey, Urban, how you doing, man? What's up, EW? All right, last piece. I don't know if anybody else out there has shop gremlins, but mine have been extremely active lately. Generally, I would be stropping this razor between every cut. But, well, along with everything else I couldn't find today, my strop, which generally lives right here on my desk, is missing. Which is kind of funny because all I need is a piece of leather and I'm cutting leather. But that's beside the point. Or is it the point? I don't know. That went wide. Okay. All right, so now we have our primary pieces. This is the bottom. This is one eye ridge, the other eye ridge. This is actually the nose bridge for here, building around, and then this is kind of the beak part that goes in right there. So from the top, it would look like this, so to speak. And then these are the eye rings, and then this is the jaw. Oh wait, y'all can't see that, can you? Here we go. So something like that. All right, let me get some needles and some thread. And then give me 1 minute to remember how this thing goes together. It's been a while since I did one. This is a waxed thread from Main Thread Company. They're one of the few US manufactured thread companies that I could find. Well, I take that back. One of the few that made a wax thread that I liked. And it's not perfect, but it's nice and thick. It's got it holds pretty well. I guess my only complaint is the braiding is a little bit loose. I don't know if y'all can see that on camera or not, but it's just not a very tight weave, which is okay on short pieces, but can be kind of problematic on longer pieces. I think I want to dye these black first. Just the eye rings, kind of like raccoon eyes. Actually, I think I might do that. I might do that for more of it too. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, Steve. What you got going on in the shop today, Steve? Nice. You gonna go live for that? I was gonna do solid black, but actually that looks kind of cool. Just catching the surface texture. And then by the time it gets the black stitching around it, that might look pretty neat. Do I want to do any other pieces like that? No, I've got some other ideas for the rest of it, so we'll save that for later. I do want to do the edges, though, of everything and let that dry. Hey, Delan, how you doing, man? Well, hello. My little bee friend is back. All right. Got a little overzealous in a couple of spots here. You can see I went a little too fast. Got a little bit of that black on, oh, shoot, and then the piece that was just on my finger. Lovely. See if we can clean that up a little bit with some acetone. Just got to be real careful on this leather because it's painted too, so you don't want to destroy the leather. I'm gonna leave it. And the reason I think I'm gonna leave it is because I had already planned on doing some airbrushing to this in the end, to kind of grunge it out a little bit so that it's not just white. So we've got an assortment of dyes here. I've got some black, chocolate, mahogany, and light brown, and we're just going to kind of blend those in around the oculus or the orbital bone area, and then for what would be the beak, and then we'll see what we end up with. So we'll put those down for a minute. I'm going to place my order for some hot coffee and apple juice, if my lovely assistant is listening. And then I'm going to get to sewing. This is a question for those of you in the chat. Oh, hey, Church, that's a name I haven't seen in here. Welcome in. Would you guys like me to move the camera a little bit closer for the stitching part? Because once we get into that, until I get to airbrushing, that's what we're going to be doing for the next hour or so. So is the camera angle okay for y'all, or would y'all like to see that a little closer? Okay. I did order 2 new cameras for out here, though, so I think they'll get here tomorrow. So next week's live should look pretty, look a little different, but hopefully a little bit more interesting than just static view for 2 or 3 hours while I sit out here and work. All right, those are dry. Get my stool, because I'm not going to stand for all of this. Actually, you know what? I think I am going to move you guys because I'm going to be working right here. You're not going to be able to see. Is that better? Yeah, that'll work. All right. And so now we start saddle stitching. These would sometimes, depending on what you're making them for, have eyes or little lenses in. I'm not doing the lenses, so the inner edge where you would stitch the lenses, I'm just going to go ahead and stitch and close up before I start sewing the whole thing together. Oh, that's cool. The stitch just disappears into the model die. I like that. Yeah, you see, that's pretty bad. Hold on. Right, you don't quite need to be in my crotch there. There we go. And if you guys enjoy this this slower pace, let me know, because I have some other bags that I need to get made that I wouldn't mind doing in the live, but they would definitely be multi-part sessions. Um, just cutting the leather for a couple of them would be almost a live in and of itself. Hey, hey, the coffee trolley has arrived. Woo woo. Thank you, sweetie. Some cold, unflavored coffee. Oh, man. Don't need no stinking water. And the cat. Meow. Could you hear the bee buzzing around? No. He was like flying like right here. Thank you. Cool. Maybe some Mexican apple juice later. Oh, that's fine. Never mind then. Irish apple juice it is. No, it's fine. Okay. You can hear him, Suzanne. When we bought the house, the feral cat came with it, and Zan has been slowly, I suppose, domesticating it, but it still likes to come in here, and every once in a while he'll come out in the shop and meander around. Does a pretty good job of keeping the snakes and the mice away, though. So I'll keep feeding him as long as he keeps doing his job. That depends. Zan calls him Tucker. I call him something that rhymes with Tucker. C sign. Shitty chat. I'm for it. I think I missed a stitch somewhere. Oh well. Not gonna be able to see. All right. So that'll just give you all an idea what that ring's gonna look like sewn up. Just a simple saddle stitch, nothing fancy. And then I'll add a little beeswax to the edges. Now that these are starting to dry up some, I'll go ahead and I'll stitch this one. And then I'll get the rotary tool and I'll burnish these edges a little bit before everything goes together. Well, thank you. So one of these days, I'm going to get over there and do some blacksmithing. I just honestly haven't figured out how to do that in a live format. I think I've said this before, but it takes so long. There's so much waiting. So I think what I might try to do is take a page out of the old cooking shows where you would, magic of TV type stuff. You've just got some stuff prepared. So have a billet already made and temper cycled, and then that way I can make the billet and draw it out all the way up to that point. But instead of y'all having to sit and wait 2 or 3 hours on the oven, I'll just have a piece ready to go that we can pick up and move with. That just takes a lot of preemptive planning. So we'll see. Eventually it'll happen. Or maybe I could just do something like some hooks. Um, hey, Amy Jo. I would like to. I'd like to do a project that incorporates the entire shop. So something out of wood, um, like maybe make a box and then make the hardware for the box, and then bring the box over here and paint it. Maybe do some leather accents and stuff. Yeah, I think so too, Grumpy. Mainly because it would allow me to do, when I do these lines every week, then I can have a little something different each week. But then the whole thing can get cut into either one large time lapse video or, um, just a nice longer format where I just cut back and forth between footage type of video. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Urban. I don't really do the file knives. I've got a I like to do Damascusy, um, copper mice, sand mice, stuff like that. Um, so I generally start with good steel. It's not to say I'm not against it. I have coil springs and all kind of other stuff around here that I can use. Um, but I love etching when I'm done, and so I like to know the composition of the steel I'm using so I can predict how good the etch is going to be. See, again, I'm pulling. I have a tendency to hold this too close to my body. I just noticed you guys couldn't see what I was doing, so I'm sorry about that. So I said at the beginning, I have no idea how this is going to go because I'm so used to just sitting in my kitchen watching TV when I do this. Oh, all right, watching TV is a lie. I don't really watch TV, but talking to Zan or whatever. But definitely not trying to remember that you guys were watching on camera. All right, so that's two. All right, let me grab my rotary tool, and hopefully it's got juice. That is a yes. 1 second while I dig out my burnishing bit. Uh-oh. Might have to do this the old way. Oh, no, there they are. Okay. Come on, where's the atom wax? Oh, that's it there. Turn you a little bit right there while I do this part. And this is just going to dampen the edges so that when I burnish it, it doesn't burn. You can use token oil, beeswax, a bunch of different things. This is atom wax, and I use it because the leather that I'm using here isn't the greatest. And I'm not sure how color fast it's going to be with that dye sitting in the edges. So I want something that I know is going to kind of soak in there and help seal that black in. Yeah, you're definitely right about that, Urban. And I may do some tutorial stuff at some point, or not necessarily tutorial stuff, but kind of follow along stuff. All right, so I'll show you guys the difference here between these two edges. There you can see the one on the left has got that nice shine to it. And then you know that that's going to stay locked in there versus if I just left it by itself where it's kind of shaggy. All right, Suzanne, you have a good afternoon. Thanks for popping in. If you're new here, pop into the chat. Let me know where you're watching from. Nothing too specific, just what part of the world are you in, or what part of the country are you in. Always curious to see where people are viewing from. Yeah, also, if you guys would prefer just the shop noise and not me yakking, y'all let me know. That's I'm actually considering doing some more videos along those lines. So, all right, on Grumpy. We were in Florida for a few years before we moved up here to Kentucky. We were down between Gainesville and Jacksonville. Out in the middle of the swamp. Yeah, we just drive that I-10 corridor back to Louisiana a lot. It was always interesting coming up on Tallahassee heading west because you could always see the nothing from the never ending story, and you knew you were going to hit about 15 minutes of rain when you got to Tallahassee that was going to be like the end of the world. Yeah, fantastic thunderstorms for sure, Zan, but having to worry about Gulf Coast and Atlantic Coast hurricanes was not my idea of a fun way to spend a summer. Of course, the wind up here isn't much better, I suppose. Yeah, that is the truth there. Makes you kind of wonder what's going on. Oh, 100% humbling. Make you realize just how little you matter to the planet. Could I interest you in Kentucky? Although, to be fair, we seem to be having our fair share of tornado outbreaks last year and this year as well. I'm not sure about the Canada part, but hitting the lotto would be nice. Yeah, that's us, buddy. We are. I'm not going to say I don't have any neighbors because I do. But the ridge top that we live on has a little cluster of houses pretty much right across the street from us, but it's all one family. And so I guess that only counts as one neighbor. And you hardly ever see them or hear them. You hear the boys out riding their quads, but that's it. No screaming, no hollering, no fighting, no fussing. Aside from that, it's just the birds and the wind. Yeah, it is. To put it in terms of how far we are from anything, it's a 28-minute drive to the closest Dollar General. And considering they put those things every 50 feet, I'm sorry, guys. I keep stepping back off the camera. Yeah, we've got some friends in Navarro Beach, and then we have some friends that are in Louisiana that want to retire to Navarro Beach. All right, let me take a minute and get this stuff out of the way. Kind of keep my work area clean. How long have I been going so far? Hour and 30. Okay. All right. Now to see if I can remember how this thing goes together. Nice. I'll take that. I think looks like we're about to pass 1,000 views already at the hour and a half mark. So at least the algorithm seems to be putting me out there a little bit today. That's kind of cool. So for any of you sticking there that have stuck around, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Let's get settled in here. Cheers. Any questions about supplies I'm using or technique? Anything you see, y'all let me know. I'll do my best to answer. I'm just using a basic saddle stitch here. Generally, I would be doing this one needle in at a time, or I'm sorry, both needles in at a time. Let's see if I can get it to go for y'all. So you go back through. I don't know if it's going to fit. Let's see. Might be able to make it fit for one stitch. No, guess not. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So you would have, let's get in there and see. So you would have both needles coming through the hole. And then you just make sure that your front to backs are the same. The only reason I'm not doing that today is because I could not find my 1.5 hole punch. So I'm working with a 1 mm hole, and it's just a little bit too small to get both through. So when you do the saddle stitch, what you want to do is you want to make sure that when you go through, pull all the way through. And then you want your over and unders to be the same on both sides. So I'm coming through this back side. Oh, there we go. And then I always want to be on top of the back stitch, so that then when the back stitch comes through, it's difficult to do when I'm trying to get it close for y'all. All right, there we go. So now it comes through, and then when it goes through the hole here, it comes out just behind that piece. You can see that little gap right there. So that you know that you're actually behind the over thread. And then as long as you keep those going, then you get basically what looks like a machine stitch all the way down the seam. But if you get your over under wrong, you will notice real fast, because when it pulls, instead of laying like this, all of a sudden it'll lay like this. And it is extremely aggravating to get halfway down a run or further I've actually finished bags and then been looking at them and straightening the seams and realized that I screwed up. And then you have to decide, do you leave the screw up or do you go back and fix it? And it really depends on if it's a commission or if it's just something I'm making as an art piece. I'm all for leaving a little error in on some stuff. But there's just some things that, if it's like, okay, so here's a good one. Like this last little stitch right here is a little crooked. It's not because I messed the stitch up. It's because when I was punching the holes, I got it a little bit wrong. Hey, Suzanne, welcome back. But I was kind of rushing the punching just to get past that part and stuff. So it's like with anything else. So much of this stuff is how much prep you put into it is, what you're going to get out of the final product. Okay, so now we're coming up to the part that I can't remember on the assembly. So it's a good thing that we're on the topic of screw-ups because we are about to probably see 1 or 5. And she does mean literally drive her bonkers. I was there, I know. Happy little trees. Yep, happy little trees indeed. I really hope wherever his energy got scattered to upon his death, that he can see the cultural significance and impact that he had on multiple generations of people. Did I just honk this up already? I think I did. Dang it. Okay, here we go. All right, so yep. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it was the best. I mean, I still watch him today. When our youngest son was born, he and I used to sit and watch him every day at 3:30 on PBS. And then, now his YouTube channel, you can just, it's pretty much always live streaming. So that's like a no brainer. All right, so what I'm doing here is on this last, let's see, can y'all see? So before I go through on this hole for this last stitch, I've gone through and then I'm going to go through the first stitch hole of this new piece and then continue downward as if regular. And then what that allows me to do is pick that piece up without having an extra stitch showing. So now when I come up through the back, I'm coming through all three pieces now, but I'm coming back up through the same hole again. Oh, nope, I honked it up anyway. Dang it. See? Oh, no, I didn't. Hold on. Did I? So confusing. All right, scratch that. Where did this piece go? I need a sign in here that says I'd rather be painting. I had it worked out in my head, and then I started talking. All right, let's see. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, so can y'all see what I did here? I looped around instead of going all the way under. I missed my through mark. My own personal entertainment, Suzanne. I think I'm going to take, I'm not putting the face straps on. So I think what I'm going to do is mount it to, I've got some plaques left over from when I used to do laser burning. And I think I'm going to take and mount it to one of those. Okay, so here's my problem. Instead of pinning it between the two, I stitched through it as the bottom layer, not the middle layer, and then tried to stick it in the middle layer. So we'll just restart that. And you have to be super careful when you have to go back and unstitch these, because if you end up breaking the ply of the thread, then you've just got an absolute mess on your hands. So yeah, I'm just gonna make like a wall hanger out of it, so to speak. I guess it's kind of what it's gonna look like. All right, there we go. Okay, try this again without the oops. So we go through this piece, and then we go through this piece. All right, that's good. Now pinch all of that together. Pull, make sure I'm over. Yep. And then we'll come back up through the back. There we go. All right. Okay, now you can see what I was talking about. Now it looks like you get the off step, but now when I go through this next hole to pick up, it treats it as if it was just one piece and you don't end up with a double loop as this comes over and under and then comes back out again. And then once you get that cinched up a little bit, now it's just one piece of leather again. And then you're back to stitching this edge, which then continues to the shape of the bottom of the mask. I am going to pause for one moment and have beverage. Do I have, let's see, I think they're right here. Yep. So they're like these, just little plaques that I used to do laser burning on. And so I'm thinking when I'm done, I'll just have the mask mounted like something like this off of it. I've got some bigger ones though. The small ones were just right here at my feet, so I grabbed one to show you. They look pretty neat. Depending on how distressed I make the mask look when I get to the painting stage, I have some, I think they're alder, so a nice blonde wood, and I might go with those. Part of what informed that decision was when I was looking through all my hardware, all I had was antique brass, which is nice looking, but with the black, I would have preferred to have had black hardware, and I didn't have any more. Uh-oh. That had to have sounded weird. And then it also helps to try and always work from the same side as you go. Spin it if you need to, work comfortably, but then you're not trying to track which thread is over, which thread is under as you're making your turns. because as these things start to kind of bow and take shape, they get a little bit more tricky to hold on to. Thank you, Suzanne. So we're doing pretty good today. I gave a plug at the beginning of the episode. I'll let you guys know again. In the description, I put a link to this pattern. Tony C at Diesel Punk RO. He's a fantastic designer. He's got really cool patterns. He makes some of the best follow along tutorials for this stuff that I've ever seen.
Feed shit edits 2 p.m.
Oh. Yes, he is very funny. I'm not affiliated. I don't get anything for it. I just like his designs. So if anybody's watching and this is something you think you might like to try, don't follow my instructional video here, follow his. But the pattern's well worth it. And they're affordable. I don't know if he still does them, but he actually used to sell kits. It would be all the leather you needed, the thread, rivets, and of course the PDF instructions. Zan, did you hear the alarm go off? Oh, that's flying low. Hold on one second, guys. Wow. So low I can't even see him over the ridge. Every once in a while you'll get a helicopter or a plane that comes flying in over the mountain pretty low. $28 of y'all in here. Jeez. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all coming in. If y'all could do me a favor and hit that like button, I'd appreciate it. If you like the content. If not, I understand. It's not for everybody. I'm at 15. Let's see if we can get up to 20 likes before the end of the live. That'd be kind of cool. It might be a first for me. I don't think I've gotten that many. Thank you, Grumpy. Appreciate that. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whoops. Oh no, I can catch. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, I did miss one. Jeez and Pete's. Yep. We'll just have to make sure we make the same mistake on the other side. Show you all in just a second what I screwed up here. And then we'll figure out what we're going to do to fix it. So it looks like I'm one short on stitch holes. But I think I can fix that when I put this part together. So we'll see about that in a minute. So 1, 2. Oh no, actually. Huh. Look at that. I didn't screw it up after all. Oops. And then here we're going to do a little double loop. So we'll pull that one back and then we'll go to the last hole. Come through one more time. And then for the other ones, I tied them. Like on these where I tied them off. These I don't have to though. We can just melt them. All right. So there we go. So that's the bottom edge of the mask started. And then we just do the same thing on the other side. Lather, rinse, repeat. Hello, Mr. Honeybee. Welcome back. No, you cannot buzz my face. I mean, you can. I would just appreciate you not. Now, when you switch to the other side, you can do the opposite over-unders. It doesn't matter which way you start, as long as whichever way you start is the way that you finish off. Yes, it is one solid thread, Sam. And the general rule of thumb is you want about 4 to 5 or 5 to, I guess 5 to 6 is probably better, times the length that you plan to run. All right, so look there, I got one of my over-unders wrong. Can you guys see that? I screwed this one up. So it's flat, flat, and then all of a sudden you can see the hash mark. There we go. So, hey, baby kisses, welcome in. It sure is. Today we are doing something completely different. Whoa, seriously. Welcome in, Sam. Oh, wait, am I not supposed to use your real name? I'm sorry. It's good to have you here, buddy. See, Suzanne Kunas is all over the place. We like just one big dysfunctional family. Cool. All right, Sam. How long before Shattered Glass is back up and running? And more importantly, when can I order a commission and when will there be a YouTube video for it? For those wondering what that statement was about, Sam is a beautiful, he's a beautiful man to begin with, but he is also a beautiful stained glass artist. Nice, can't wait. I have an old 50s era Singer inside that will punch leather all day long. And if I'm being honest, I prefer to hand stitch. It's slower, sometimes aggravating, but it's a very cathartic process. And it's very satisfying to sit back and look at it and go, yeah, that looks like a machine did it, but I did it. Right? Zan quilts, well, does English paper piecing, and she prefers to hand sew those. But she's learning the machine. I've got a modern Singer in there that she's been learning on, and she's getting pretty proficient with it. Sam, I'm not sure exactly when, but we've had company coming to visit over the next month. We've got a couple of different people coming in, but we're trying to get a trip in back home. Um, I'll send you a message when I know what the dates are going to be. We'll try and hook up. Love to come hang out with you and the family for a bit. That's always a treat. You sure you want to send me anything, BK? Because then I'd have your address. And you've been doing pretty good about not giving that to anybody. Are you going to ship it to me, no return address? That's right, from a secure, undisclosed location. I appreciate the fact that you are very adamant about your anonymity. That's cool. Plus, I like seeing Bear nearly have an aneurysm over it. That cracks me up. Man. Still trying to get this camera thing worked out for leather, guys. I'm sorry. It seems like they're getting fewer and far between, but there are still some good souls out there, and that's a good thing to know. Okay. All right. Now, y'all only thought this was complicated looking before. So, now, I need to start another set. All right, give me 1 second to think this through. This comes around here. Oh yeah, that was so cool. Like just passing them out. Did y'all see Bear in here earlier saying that he gave away the gnome, so it won't be on the list? Thank you, Grumpy. All right, so this goes here, then this is going to go here. Oh, it was super good. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put this piece on regardless because I'm not sure where it goes. All right. So now we are into uncharted territory, folks. Get that out. This goes over. So now the rest of the seam has to get sewn up. Like I've got to figure out how to fish the line in. This will be interesting. Remember, please, parental advisory. At this point, I may be prone to cussing. The parental advisory sign. It's actually serendipitous. It was on one of my bass guitars, and I stripped it down to paint it when I was learning how to paint. And so I pulled it off, but I didn't want to get rid of the sticker. So I just slapped it right on the front of the cabinet when I was taking everything apart. Now it sits right here. So I always point to it even when I'm by myself out here working. I always reach down and tap it when I start cussing at whatever I'm working on. Yes, BK, curved needles would help, but like so many other things in my shop right now, I don't know where mine are. I could make some, I suppose. I've got plenty of these. I could bend them, but this leather is pretty pliable, so I should be able to get it to stretch where I need it to be. without making too much of an issue out of it. You know, I'm just making drama. It's TV-ish, I guess. You walk around like a big medallion. One of my mics died last week in the middle of the live, so if the audio all of a sudden goes crazy, y'all let me know. I've got a second one here I can turn on. You know, I thought that was going to be a problem for me as well, and then I realized it was cooler when I actually had the box to talk to, because I would be out here just mumbling to myself. Now I don't really feel so much like a crazy person because I can just pawn it off as explaining it to the internet. Yeah, the shop gremlin game is really strong out here right now. I've been slowly getting the shop in order, but so much of this stuff spent years in storage. Because in Florida we just didn't have a lot of space. So nope, almost messed that up. I had all my stuff in a storage unit, and so I'd drive to the storage unit when I needed things, put stuff in, take stuff out. And now that I have everything in one place, most of it's not unpacked yet. Let's see, where does this go? This goes here. Then this one goes under. Okay. There we go. If I didn't answer myself in different voices, I get confused in my own conversations. Grumpy Flavor Flav. I'm for it. And how do you know when Flavor Flav's not grumpy? All right, we're gonna have to try and bend one of these. It is getting too tight. 1 second while I find my pliers, guys. All right, let's try that. Come on, man, get in there. That might not be enough hook. No, gonna need a little more hook on that. Try those. It doesn't help that I'm practically blind. Oh, there we go. What a miss. "31 people in here. Wow. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all stopping in." If you're enjoying watching me bumble through things, take a second, double tap the screen, hit the like button for me. I'd appreciate it. Nice. All right, go back to the hook needles now that I did the end. Ooh, this thing will fight me all the way to the end. Sorry if I'm not being very interactive right now, guys. Just trying to head down to the end of this run of stitches so I get them right, and then we can get moving on to other stuff. Thank you, BK. Over, under, let's see. Okay. Nope. Yeah. The first couple leather projects I ever did were the sewing was easy. It was learning how to manage the sewing. I grew up in a household where sewing machines were used a lot, so um, I learned how to run a machine at a pretty early age, and then scouts and stuff like that with sewing too. So um, I've always known how to do it, but never leather. And then it was really just learning the nuances of stitching leather together that took me a little bit to get used to, but it's kind of one of those rhythm things. Once you get going, you'll find a comfortable, and you'll see me start and stop too. It's like I'm in and out of that rhythm as I go. When I feel the rhythm stopping, I tend to stop. Um, because when I'm out of sync, that's generally when I make the most mistakes. So stop, get a sip of something, let my hands rest for a second, go right back to it. This should be the last needle change. Is it Dago or Dago Jr.? Cool. How those bees doing? You got some honey for me yet? I mean, to be honest, I didn't even know you knew how to spell Christopher. What do you mean on Google, BK? Like, do I have SEO set up and stuff for Google? I figured she did, dude. No, actually, our business is not. We do have a business, but it's not the Runic Workshop. This is just kind of my venture for doing my stuff. We are Weird Woods Artisan, and that's the company that we started in 2000 while we were back in Florida. We make soaps, bath and body products. We sell, well, obviously artisan goods of all sorts. But that's our big thing. And actually, this entire venture was started. Hold on a second, I'll type it out for you. Oh, if it would type. There we go. Weird is the Anglo-Saxon word for fate or destiny. And when we bought our property in Florida, it was 15 acres in a swamp that we built a little homestead out of. And that was just kind of what we gravitated to. So Runic Workshop just kind of stemmed out of that. My brain was already in that old world Parthukian runes and stuff. So that's where we're at. We did also. We're members of were members of a Viking reenactment group. So that kind of pushed things along a little bit too. Currently, we are in the process, along with everything else that's in storage, getting the business back up and running. So, oh, that's what I started to say. That's what this whole avenue or adventure was for me, was to kind of find a way to promote the business a little bit. So, there's going to be a lot more stuff on here that's going to be business centric. It'll be things that we sell. And then from our web store, I'll be able to post videos of the products you're buying being made. Okay, so what do I want to do here? I think we'll go under. What do y'all think? Cross stitch across the nose? That'll look kind of cool, huh? Yeah, I kind of think so. Cross stitch or baseball stitch? Baseball stitch. I think it'll be pretty interesting to see if it works. It's I never wanted to get to monetization here, except for the fact that then I can put links to the store. So when I do a video on soaps or something like that, I can have a link to the product underneath it. Uh-oh, I screwed that up already. Not baseball stitch. Hey, we hit 20. New goal, 25, guys. Let's see if we can keep this climbing. 31 of y'all in here. That's cool. There you go. So that's you. There we go. So you go under. Da-da-da. Correct. Is that what I want to do? No, that's going to give me a cross stitch. I think I do want the cross stitch. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to figure out if I want to do baseball stitches here or cross stitches here. I appreciate that. I mean, you guys have been so supportive of the channel. I mean, everybody in the group has just been, showing our lives and following content and stuff. So that's just been absolutely amazing because I think I'm boring as can be. So I never do anything fun. Just sit here and nerd out on stuff. If you can't tell, Chris's family, I probably shouldn't say that in a public venue, but there it is. Thank you, BK. Thank you, Suzanne. I appreciate that. All right. Let's try this again. Right, Sam? Sam knows how boring I am. We never did anything fun as kids, Sam. We were always just sticks in the mud that stayed home. So, a fun little story. Um, First time I got my driver's license, I used Sam's car. Such a good friend too, because it was his baby, his Mustang, and he loved that car to death. And when I asked him, you could just see him fret and the worry on his face because he wanted to tell me yes, but he wanted to tell me no so bad. Not all secrets. I'm gonna share that one. But yes, most of them stay locked away. Good thing we didn't live in the age of cell phones. Nice. We used to have a. My stepmother drove an 81 Fox Body when I was in high school. I love that little car. Is that better? Are we back? Is the audio back, guys? Let's see what we have. Cool. Thanks, Grumpy. And thanks for the heads up, Sam. Oh, I see you said welcome back. I'm sorry. I didn't even see that. On hindsight, I think this would have been better if I'd have used a veggie tan leather. Just because it would have been a little more rigid. But I was really worried about being able to stitch in a decent manner for you guys, so that's why I went with the more pliable. That's okay, BK. I appreciate you coming in and staying for a little bit. You have a good day. All right, now we're just going to bind off this last edge. Oh, shoot. I guess it helps if I go through the right hole with it, right? All right, let's see. Get that flat. All right, where's my razor? All right. All right. So there's the snoot in place. If y'all can get a look at that. Now you can start to see the shape. It's not, oh, that's a bad spot. There we go. That's better. So you can see it's starting to look a little birdie there. And then you can see how that's going to kind of flange out when you flip this up in a minute. And you're getting there a little bit. 21. All right. Thank you, guys. That means a lot. Thank you, Suzanne. So I guess I'll come in with I think I'll do that. A pretty long piece here, I think. Nope, that's 2 pieces. Might be enough. These should be okay. Thanks, Grumpy. All right, now we're going to start putting this top half together. I don't know if I'm going to paint today or not. We'll see. Let me get this all together, and then we'll see how we're doing for time. I mean, I personally don't have anything else to be doing today, but I'm going to start here, I guess. All right, so same thing, just back to a regular old saddle stitch. Now, the bottom was a little bit more forgiving because it's not quite as visible, but now we have to start being really careful of the over-unders because, well, we're right where we can see the stuff, so. Come on. I don't know if any of you have ever stitched leather, but sometimes the back of these hides are so rough that even with a good stitch punch, you still have trouble getting the needle in from the backside because it wants to grab on all the fuzz and fiber. Now we're going to throw in the bridge of the nose. Oh, what do I do? Oh, I must have gone through the thread. Dang it. This is what I was talking about earlier. When you pierce that thread, see, it doesn't want to pull. Ah, there it is. I see what I had done. I actually tied this loop of a spare piece of thread into it, and I couldn't get it to pull around. All right, we're good. Oh, thank you, Zan. I appreciate all you guys that keep remembering to do the housekeeping for me, because I'm horrible about it. It's kind of the point, man. Kind of the point. Society moves too fast, man. We need things that make us slow down a little bit. Good news is, though, the live will be up in a couple of days. You can watch it on fast forward. Backtrack through there. Laser. these away. Oh no, my apple juice cup is broken. Sounds like a pretty smart fella there, Grumpy. Because he's not wrong, man. Which is kind of funny because if you look at like other societies, the Japanese, workaholics, and yet they have some of the longest lived people. So Stuntman, if you are who I think you are, you probably do need a sippy cup. Yes, sir. That is very much the truth. Says the one-legged man. We already thought we were gonna have to put you in the grave sliding one time, buddy. How about you slow your roll so we don't have to think that again? Yeah. Oh, he flew. He did a real good job of flying. It was that landing that honked him up so bad. For those of you curious, Christopher was in a near fatal motorcycle accident. And yeah, it was an event. guys. We are getting sort of close. Finish up this little line right here, and then we'll get to putting the orbitals on. And then we'll decide if we're going to paint it or not. Thank you, Grumpy. Always appreciate the housekeeping. It seems like such a silly thing. You think, oh yeah, just say it, say it, and then you just forget. And missed a couple of stitches here too. It looks like I got my over-unders wrong. But we're getting close. Turn it around so y'all can see it. Yeah, it's pretty much it, man. Like head down, I don't even necessarily see the chat pop up half the time. I tried to move the screen a little bit today so that I would see better. Just kind of see that little flicker as the screen advances, but it's only partially worked. Hey, the drinks trolley has arrived. Oh, come on. There it is. All right. We're going to pause for station identification, folks. We should probably do this off camera. Here, y'all can look at that for just a minute. Oh, good. Two points if you can identify this sound. Yo quiero Taco Bell. Hey, wait. You left with the ice. Oh, no, that's fine. Don't worry about it then. I'm good. Neat's fine. All right. Oh, come on. This is what I was talking about that saggy on the inside. It just doesn't want to line up right. that down. All right. All right, so y'all look at that for just a second. I'm going to take a break and stretch my fingers. Well, thank you, dear. I'm good. Thank you, Suzanne. Now we're going to put the orbital bones on. How does that look? Yep. So yeah, so I think that worked out well with the little kind of blotchy that we did on it, because now, even without the lenses in there, it kind of darkens around the eye and makes it look like there's a lens. How long have I been going? Jeez. What time is it? Ooh, 3 hours 35. This is almost as long as that black and white deck I did. I think it was almost 4 hours. Thank you, Grumpy. So this noon time slot, that seemed to work for everybody, I guess, huh? Did pretty good on views today. I think I'll try this again next week. We'll do another noon and see how that goes. All right, so now here you see I started inside. On this one, I'm going to do something a little bit different just to show you guys. I'm not going to keep it, but what I'll do is, what I often do when I have these back edges is I'll come up this way and then I'll make that loop around the outside edge so that the stitch actually starts outside the leather. This is what I do on a lot of wallets and stuff like that. I think it kind of gives a nice industrial look to it. So it just depends on the piece I'm making. It also depends on how much wear I think that edge is going to get, which is a big determining factor. Like this being a mask, I probably wouldn't do that because you're constantly on and off right in that area. I don't want the thread wearing. Oh, geez. Don't even, Slim Zan, don't give her any ideas. Watching F1 with her is horrible. Every time they talk about pass, he's going round the outside. She goes round the outside, round the outside. It's ridiculous. I love the fact that she'll watch racing with me, but it's kind of weird because now I do it too. Ooh, I might not have given me enough thread for that. Oops. Laugh it up, fuzzball. Oh no, look, 100% the two of y'all would be like peas in a pod, I swear. All right. So now we've got this little bit done. Now we're going to put the orbital on. And just give me a second while my blind ass finds my start stitch. I think we'll start there. Oh God, dude, you're 100% speaking her language. All right, so on this one, I'm going to start from the back side because I don't want the overstitch connecting the orbital. And then we'll go to the left. I'll get a couple stitches in and then I'll show y'all why I did that in a second. All right. So I'll bring this in here so y'all can see. So what I didn't want to happen was when I came up through here, I didn't want that stitch to overlay the outside. I wanted it to just pick up so that when I come around, I can go through that. And it looks like this was sewn separately, but actually it's just a continuation of the same stitch. Oh, hey, we hit 25. Can we hit 30 before I finish? That'd be cool. We are getting into the evening hours, so probably not, but we'll see what happens. Today has been a benchmark day on a lot of reasons, for a lot of reasons, so come on, get out of there. Here we go. I gotta say though, something that really aggravates me about YouTube is all the copyright strike violation stuff that you have to worry about, because while I don't mind sitting here running my mouth to a disembodied audience, I do miss listening to music when I work. All right, and so then here you can see I just picked up, going around the orbital, I just picked up the first stitch to tie this to this. And so then from the other side, everything just looks like one piece. Yeah, it really does seem crazy, Grumpy. And for those of you that are watching that don't make content, um, the funny thing is that if you upload a short from your phone, there is a bunch of licensed music that you can use. Um, but then if you use your PC to upload your shorts, so like say you make them in DaVinci Resolve or something like that, um, then you don't have access to that same music. You only get access to the default YouTube library, which is silly. Um, or even to the point of, speaking to that, why not allow the content creators to use that licensed music in full, like a radio station? Then I could just sit here and play that stuff. Yeah, it's ridiculous, Suzanne. Amy Jo actually had to tell me how to do it because I had no idea what to do. So the last short that I made, I actually had to cut straight from my phone so that I could try using a piece of regular music for it because I knew what piece of music I wanted to use for it. Of course, that short didn't get any push from the algorithm at all, which was kind of weird. The last time I checked, it's been up for almost a day now, and it got like 18 feeds that it was pushed to, which was really weird. I think the standard for testing is 300 or 400 when the algorithm's trying to figure out whether or not it wants to push the short or not. So it didn't even get that, which is bizarre. But yeah, there's actually some really good stuff in the default library if you take the time to kind of dig through it and look for it. And I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan of the pay to play metrics that everything's, subscriptions and stuff. But like if there was a way that content creators could pay a monthly subscription and have access to the music to use for, doing stuff like this, I'd probably pay that. Oh, I have tons of stuff that's been inspired by music. And it goes back to talking about, you get in that zone when you're working, and sometimes it's not necessarily the music that inspires the piece, but you enter the right frame of mind for the creative process. in with this. Oh yeah, I love me some Amazon Music channels. Their old school hip hop channels are really good. Love their classic rock channels. The selection on the channels are really good. And apparently talking to myself, right? That happens all the time. Oh, dude, Sturgill is awesome. Living the Dream, probably one of the coolest songs ever written. I don't have to do a goddamn thing but sit around and wait to die. Everything else, hey, bonus. Yeah. Have you seen the name of the tour that he's on right now? It's freaking hysterical. It's called Who the Fuck is Johnny Blue Sky? Yeah, Turtles All the Way Down is a good one too. It's like psychedelic rockabilly. Him, Coulter Wall, the Dead South. Yes, yes, exactly. First time I heard Coulter, I'm like thinking it's an old man, and then I saw a picture of him, and this is back when he was like still baby faced. Yeah, Devil Wears a Suit and a Tie is a good song. Actually, Imaginary Appalachia, the whole album, start to finish, is amazing. I don't know if you're into kind of the bluesy swing bluegrass thing, but The Devil Makes Three is a really good act. All right, let's get this last one on, guys. Wrap this puppy up. There are a few bands that are, I guess you could call them new. But I mean, that's just the old man in me talking. But AWOL Nation's pretty good. Who else? Blackberry Smoke. They're just, I mean, there's a few bands out there that kind of still hit that sweet spot with music. Why does that not surprise me that you know who they are? My metric for most bands is, can you sound better or at least as good live as you do on your record? And Blackberry Smoke can lay down live, I think, better. I think they sound better. Dead South is another band that does that. They just, their sound live is so much better than their sound on the recordings. I got enough wattage. I can make you feel the sound regardless of whether you like it. Actually, I'm really not a Grateful Dead fan. I take that back. I appreciate what they do. I know of the band. I know of their history. They are extremely eclectic, which is cool. I'm all for that. And the stuff that they would cut in the studios was fantastic. And I understand why they didn't play that live, because they come from too varied of a background. You have classically trained musicians on one hand, you have guys that have never had lessons on the other hand. Yeah, I mean, if you're just going to turn on some of their record cuts, man, I am there for it. But I just, I mean, there was a point in time in my life when I guess I lived in the proper state of mind to see a Dead show live. But those days are long gone, and not even sadly long gone. Right on. Zan's a big Grateful Dead fan, so I kind of got into them when I met her. Hey, CW, what's happening, buddy? Glad to see you in, man. Getting close to wrapping this up, or at least getting ready to paint, so we'll see what happens. Now doing something a little bit different. We're going to do it white, and then once I get this orbital piece or ocular piece stitched on, we're going to take it and um, maybe kind of paint it up like a bird skull, I'm thinking. So kind of make it look like, using the white as the base, we're going to airbrush it to look like bone. Oh no. I might have measured this one wrong. I'm getting short. Yeah, I can pretty much name the songs I like by them, which I guess is kind of a bad thing, but you know. Just tell them you're singing the live version. Just throw some random date on it. Be like, yeah, this is the 1968 bootleg from Montreal or some shit. And, you know. Skinner's good. Can't go wrong with some old classic Southern rock. But again, you're into Blackberry Smoke, so that doesn't surprise me at all. All right, so interesting nugget, Blackberry Smoke fact. Did you know that they got their name from one of the Robinson boys, the Black Crows? Yeah, both being Atlanta bands, when Blackberry Smoke was getting together, um, they were doing a show with the Robins, with the Black Crows at the time, and he was quoted as saying, "Man, you guys are smooth as Blackberry Smoke," and that's it. Just stuck. Which I thought was pretty cool. All right, sorry about that, guys. I was having trouble getting this one fished through, so I just stepped off screen for a second. saw them in concert for the Hell Freezes Over show at the Superdome. Pretty good show. If Chris is still in here, that's a bit of a sore spot for him because we didn't take him. We took his car, we just didn't take him. I think I missed a stitch somewhere on this orbital, guys, because things are looking a little wonky. Yeah, I dig some ZZ. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, my old man was a country guy growing up, but I come from a rather large Sicilian family. So my uncles were many, their musical tastes were varied, and I'm only 10 years junior to my youngest uncle. So he and I, well, actually, he was just in here, Christopher. Uh, he and I were pretty good friends most of my life. So whatever he listened to, I was into because that was always the coolest stuff. So I had a really good introduction to like some very eclectic stuff. So lots of old obscure Rush, Billy Thorpe, if any of y'all know who that is. Ozzy, of course, Black Sabbath, AC/DC. Well, honestly, I don't know, CW. I'm thinking it's going to be a wall hanger. But I'm not sure about that right now. Let me get this straightened out and cut, and then I'll flip it around. Y'all can see it before I decide whether or not I'm going to paint on it or not. I wish I knew where I missed that stitch at. I'll show y'all in just a second the pucker. All right, so let's get that fleshed out a little bit. Yeah, that eye is horrible. That's not bad. Looking at it now, it looks okay. I think we are going to do a little airbrushing to it and dirty it up some. As you can see here, somewhere along the lines, I missed a stitch, and so where this one lays nice and flat, there we go, nice and flat, you can see on this one, I get a little bubble when I get around to the end, which kind of this one a pucker right here. I'm relatively pleased with it though, so let's no, you know what I think I'm gonna call that quits. I think I'm gonna call that done. Maybe I'll come back and do a little bit of airbrushing on it for a separate video. But I think for now I'm going to leave it, and mainly because I forgot to run my compressor and I don't want you guys to have to listen to it. So if you have any questions, let me know. I'll try and answer them. If not, I'll get this over here for you guys to see a little bit better. Probably not the best thing I ever made, but it's also the first thing I've ever tried to make in leather live. And I don't know. I think I did pretty good, all things considered. Could have gone a lot worse. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate that. Appreciate the shout there, Grumpy. Thank you, CW. Appreciate it. Suzanne, good. Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe I'll go live tomorrow or something and paint for a little while. And if not, I will see you guys. I think I'll give you a little preview. I think next week we're going to do kind of an 80s theme on a helmet. Because I started pulling tape on this thing just to get an idea of what I wanted to do. And I saw the Atari logo. So I think I'm going to go heavy metal flake. And if you guys remember the old 2600 ads, it had that kind of rainbow stripe to it. So I think maybe like a heavy metal flake. And then like some really crazy lines that just kind of follow that pattern. And then we'll break it up into cells on either side and do some, I don't know, some lace or something fun. So maybe that's next week's. We'll see. But yeah, so I appreciate you guys stopping in today and tuning in. It's been a blast. I hope you guys had fun, and I'll see you next week. Be safe, everybody. Take care.